Well, hello there. Hi, everyone. So we've got potentially an interesting 4 hours ahead of us here. We've got the big ol' Disney Investor Day Livestream. So here's hoping it's going to be all kinds of interesting stuff. Now, I put a link in the description so you can get it right over to the Walt Disney Company's website where they've got it up. They've currently got a timer. It says a minute and a half till they go live, so we're almost there. And I see we've got a good few people in here right now. So thank you for showing on up. I said, obviously, I don't know exactly what to expect, just like any of the rest of us here in that sense. But there have been a few interesting articles that popped up. So whether that be talk about from the New York Times saying from their sources that there would be some huge expansion to Star Wars being talked about today, or talk about especially the Disney Plus portion being a giant Comic-Con or D23 feeling to it. So there's some interesting stuff coming up here, hopefully. Yes, Dramsim, Ahsoka show. That's one of the things I'm hoping to hear. I'm going to be surprised if we don't hear about the Boba Fett show, too. And, hey, if there's a Bo-Katan one coming, this sounds like the kind of time to do it. So this is the first time they've ever done something that they've called Investor Day. They do earnings calls every quarter, so every 3 months. And they've never done a live stream of one before. But this is the first time they've really done this. Oh, here we go. So we've got our intro portion with a Lowell Singer here. Right off the bat, let's talk about Disney Plus. Well, and Hulu and ESPN, I suppose, too. Although I don't think they called it Investor Day in 2019, right? Overview. Let's see what, sounds interesting here. Well, the direct-to-consumer business updates here, that could be interesting. At the very least, we'll probably get numbers on how much Disney Plus has grown. At the very least. It would be Bob Iger to go give all that. So it looks like the big time period is going to be that 2:30 to 5 Pacific time period. So an hour from now, creative content. And that financial update, we'll see how interesting that is. Although the Q&A could always bring up all kinds of extra things, potentially. So that was the big thing that they did before this. The only real precedent for what they're doing now was back in April of last year, because they had all kinds of Disney Plus content that they went ahead and revealed here. Before that, they've never done those kind of things. Legal jargon all the way up and across the screen. Yeah, exactly. I have fun reading that. Additional factors are set forth in the company's annual report on Form 10K something something something. Interesting. Well, it's kind of sad. Wonder what videos are not going to be able to show us via streaming. Cool. You gotta wonder what they're not able to show for rights reasons, so. So will this first portion be all that interesting? Well, Find out what we'll find out, huh? One's hoping. Oh, what do we got here? I was wondering if there's going to pop up a video here on the side. Not yet, though. Hey, Sportan. Nice, nice. So 88 million subscribers, huh? Dang. Now, memory serves, Disney Plus so is now up to 88. I think Netflix is 190 million or so right now. And they said December 2nd, so that should, yeah, that'll include the initial people that came in from Latin America with their big expansion there, too. Man, rapid growth, though. For extra reasons, considering what this year's been like in the first place. He's probably talking about the corporate restructure that they did, I'm imagining here. So if you didn't see, I talked in a news video back a few weeks ago. They did a big corporate restructure to really focus on their streaming. They also kind of divorced the content creating side of Disney from the distribution side. So essentially people would create their content without knowing whether it's going to streaming or the theaters. And yeah, so anyway. Exactly what they're saying there, too. A nice lead up to being able to make a Warner Brothers type announcement about putting everything up onto Disney Plus as well. Fast promotions right there. Dang, he's moved up fast. Kind of a necessary connection to go to Walt. Although, Sporten talking about going to the theaters, well, first it depends if the theaters are even open to show anything, depending where you're at. So I'll be happy to see it pop onto Disney Plus, because at the very least that means we can be sure that we'll actually get it out. And we can sure there won't be any delays anymore either at that point. That's a cool piece of art there. Wow. I don't think I've seen that piece of art before, but that's pretty cool looking. I mean, it is an investor thing too here, so got to build up the company and show just how amazing Disney is. And, well, hey, if we're doing that, you can't not talk about Marvel, can you? Well, so are we. Very much want to hear. Oof. Coming up soon. We are just over a month out from WandaVision. And there's a lot of I'm so curious how WandaVision will do when it launches, because the views up on the YouTube videos, the trailers, actually have exceeded things like the views on Mandalorian and whatnot. So there's an interesting question on, will it actually outdo that in terms of how many people watch? Be interesting to see. And Avengers Campus, I know I'm trying to catch up with the rest of what they're saying, but so cool. Yeah. Star, by the way, being the big piece over in India, used to be called Hotstar. And so there was a big combination as Disney bought that out, and has it really expanded their way out into India and elsewhere too. I'm trying to look up. Let's see. Ooh, I like getting that we're going to hear from Kareem, because that is specifically our direct to consumer stuff, i.e., Disney Plus and Hulu and etc. Interesting music choice. Yeah, Sport 10. I'm wondering too on the whole premiere versus the long run. Like Warner Brothers has decided to do a month over on HBO Max, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Disney do a similar kind of thing. Let's see. There we go. This was the number I was wanting to look up here. So back on October 3rd, they had hit 73.7 million subscribers. So that means in about 2 months past that, from October 3rd to December 2nd, they went ahead and added about just over 14 million more subscribers. Now that's huge, and Latin America's got to be a huge part of that, since that whole opening and release happened during that time. So again, growing huge. Yeah, yeah. Hi. Well, hello there, One Wheel of Smithy. I'm not sure what you're asking about specifically. When is the stream? When is what? Some nice numbers. Wow. Yeah, that's the question, Joram Sim. Yeah, huge number of series, but over how many years, I have no idea. I don't think they're going to give us more till we hit that creative section, but that's a heck of a tease right there. Man, that's a heck of a tease. Whew. Yeah, so over the they say next few years, 10 Marvel series, 10 Star Wars series, 15 Disney live action. Dang, dang, dang. There's a bunch of impressive stuff. So, 10 Star Wars series. Wow. And they say series, I don't think it means seasons. I don't think we're talking multiple seasons of the same show. But, whoa. I'm sorry, that's huge. Oh, God, they're going to do the premiere access again. Ugh. Oh, I was hoping they wouldn't be, but that tells you Milan did well on premiere access. Dang. Dang. I mean, that makes me worry about what they'll do for the rest of them if they're doing the premiere access on that. What can you do, huh? But hey, that also means they are doing the simultaneous piece on it, so we do know that much. Trap. The apology. uh, I mean, dang. The movies we hear pretty much nothing on nowadays, but we still got three coming up starting in 2023. Not talking the sequels, obviously, but wherever they're going, and we still haven't heard a word. Rebecca Campbell, who in some ways just got upstaged by him because she kind of had this job, although it wasn't anywhere near as big as it is now after the restructure. So 10. Whew. Still getting over that one right there. No kidding, right? 86.8. So not quite 88. Still, though, it's a big growth. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is her major focus now, is the international side of all this. That's been the switch to what she's doing, rather than really hitting the direct-to-consumer. Being that she now actually reports to Kareem in terms of direct-to-consumer side of things. So, which, intriguingly, her original promotion, when we had all those promotions back, when we filled up Bob Chapek's position in charge of the parks and experiences, and when we had to go ahead and fill Kevin Mayer's spot in charge of direct-to-consumer, she originally took that, but now she's mainly got the international side, while also direct-to-consumer a bit. I mean, you just got to say, dang, Kevin Mayer really went ahead and bad choice as far as what happened there. Heads on off. Yeah. Oh, anyway. Heads off at the perfectly wrong time to leave Disney. Especially considering he was in that direct-to-consumer position. Star Wars shows. Whew. Okay. So what do we got? We got Bad Batch. Sure. So we've got Bad Batch, Ahsoka spinoff, Boba Fett spinoff, Bo-Katan spinoff maybe. I mean, that's 4. Maybe we'll set something back in the High Republic era, because we've been talking a lot there. Right. We have the female-centric one. So we know if... I mean, if those rumors hold true on the Mandalorian spinoffs, there's those. Obi-Wan. Yes, Obi-Wan. So if the rumors hold true, there's 3 there. 1 there, 1 there. So maybe we're at 6 out of the 10? So, man, that's still a bunch. I mean, again, maybe we pop a High Republic. I hear people keep talking about a follow-up to Rebels. Maybe there's something like that. Who knows? Man, that's a bunch. I can't imagine we're going to hear about all 10 of them even today, but there's no way we don't get direct confirmations on a good few of them. Whew. Indeed. Indeed, Dram, indeed. Oh, there's one other. The Rogue One prequel series. That's also coming out. Can't not think about that one. My brain's blanking the name right now, but that one's also one that we know about. So I said we do know of a couple. So we know about 3 for sure. Yeah, Cassian Andor. But for sure, Cassian Andor, Obi-Wan, and Bad Batch. Those are the ones we are not... Well, okay, I guess technically I don't think Disney's ever confirmed them, but they're not really in where I put in the realm of rumors anymore, though. So yeah. We know a few, but dang, there's so many open question marks that might get answered today. And then we also talked about 10 Marvel shows. Man, we know quite a few that are upcoming, so I'm not sure how many beyond what we know that makes. I could start thinking that one top of the head, too. Let's see. We've got WandaVision coming up. Then after that, we'll have Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Then we've got Loki. We've already got a whole bunch of other things filming. Hawkeye. We've just got official confirmation on Haley Steinfeld being cast as Kate Bishop. We also have Miss Marvel, which we know is filming right now. And on we go, because Oscar Isaac, I think we did get confirmed, will be playing Moon Knight. And then we've got the She-Hulk series, which we've heard debate on whether it's Tatiana Maslany or not. I mean, that's 7 Marvel shows right there. There's the What If show coming up, so that's 8. That's 2 more Marvel shows that I'm not placing off the top of my head, but that's 8 of them anyway. Man, there's so many. Domain Squad. Domino Squad there. Maybe, maybe. Hey, I could always hope to get that Wolfpack series I'd love to see, right? Yeah, we're going to talk about the Star now, which they've renamed it to Star instead of Hot Star as a full. Yeah. Star is what they've switched it more to, I think, in a lot of the naming. Or not. I guess we'll go fully name it this way. Yeah, I'm wondering that too, Dram. A few Resistance-like shows for the younglings. Certainly could be. Might catch up with Netflix by the end. At the end of the 10 Marvel and Star Wars series? No kidding. No kidding. I'm sorry, that's the thing Disney has over top of anyone else out there. The IP they've got is insane. And at least as far as the Marvel side of things, with Kevin Feige running the creative side of this, it's impressive. But that said, if you're going to do that much with Star Wars, who's running the creative side of it? Because unlike the other studios, if you're looking at Marvel, if you're looking at Pixar, if you're looking at Disney Animation, all of them, I've talked about this a little before, but never made a video. I think I will someday. But all three of those studios run with essentially one person mainly focused on all the business kind of side of things, and one person being the creative head of the studio. Lucasfilm doesn't do it, which I find an odd difference. It's like they would seem to benefit from the same model that Marvel runs on, that Pixar runs on, and the Disney Animation does. But if they're going to be running that many, there's got to be, because otherwise you potentially get so many disconnected pieces that just are going to clash with each other, and that's what happened with the sequels. Is we had disconnected pieces that clashed with each other because there wasn't an overall creative side tying everything together. So I just hope that doesn't happen with our Star Wars series. We'll see. I mean, I've got some names. But we'll see. See, we can keep ourselves entertained as we wait this next half hour to go ahead and get to the most important part. But hey, we got some good stuff already, actually. To reflect the value. That actually surprises me a little, to be honest. Part of how they're also catching up with Netflix as fast as they are is by having the low price, because they can go ahead and undercut Netflix that way. This means that they also feel they can get away with raising it, that they think they have it, that they've grown so quickly that it's okay. Although, in fairness, once you actually start those MCU and Star Wars shows going, yeah, they probably can get away with it. I mean, just like why we're seeing the premiere release now. Dang, another premiere access, but for Raya and the Last Dragon. It's like, dang. But that means that Milan really, really did make good money that way. Star. Oh, right. So this is the way they get away with this, right? Actually, it's clever, though, to use Star as the way to go ahead and add all the stuff onto Disney Plus that they couldn't touch before. When we get Deadpool 3, it's going in here. Finally. This, by the way, is a huge thing Disney Plus has needed. I mean, being able to add in all of these pieces that really make Disney open to, well, all of us. It's intriguing. When it comes to things, some of the things like Mandalorian has been able to get away with things that don't necessarily fit the Disney ethos as much. It's not quite as family friendly. But yeah. But like our advertising Terminator Dark Fate, that wouldn't have fit on there before. Die Hard, yes. By the way, speaking of the movies that Disney has after having gotten Fox, Die Hard, Alien, I mean, dang. It's kind of crazy. Nice. But this is all going to be... Logan. Yes. So they considered Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. even to be too much? I thought we were just putting it up. Was I wrong? I thought they had just put that up. Anyway. Legion. I'm sorry. The star development is a good development right there. As far as things that are exciting, yeah. Yes, brutal stormtrooper smashing, R-rated Star Wars possibilities, ripping arms off for real. All kinds of possibilities right there. Dang. Star Plus. Is this including some of the things that are actually that are Latin American started too, or? Yes, this is the local original comment. Interesting. So essentially, they have Disney Plus and Star Plus in Latin America, and it sounds like it's an ESPN slash the adult side of things and whatnot. Interesting choice on how to go about that. I don't know how much that'll, affect the rest of the world. It sounds like it might even be an experimental thing going on there. What we do in the shadows down there. Speaking of something that might not have fit on the Disney Plus ethos without Star. Oh, there's some good stuff. Just in this image, I mean, you've got Atlanta down there. Heck, Lost up there. Haven't seen that in eons. Deadpool 2. Or, heck, yeah, right. Planet of the Apes stuff right there. That's the third one of the news versions. It's like, all these things that wouldn't have been there. Nice. But again, I know we're talking about Star Plus right now, but this should be relevant to the whole Star conversation on the Star tab being added in other spots of the world. So, nice. So what exactly is going on in the US, though? And why are we holding off on that one? Because that whole piece about the Star thing, I mean, even as they say it's launching soon, or Star and Star Plus, which are general entertainment content brands outside of the US. So in Europe, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Star will be fully integrated. Why, oh, why have we not said what's going on in the US yet? Well, for my European friends who are watching, this is definitely the Star thing. Is great news for you. I am wondering what happens here for those of us who happen to be in the U.S. Because they didn't even say Star Plus is coming here to the U.S. because they let that be an announcement for international. Here we come. Don't go ahead and just make it another service that one has to add on. Please do the Star kind of idea. Hulu inside the US. Are we going to add a Hulu tab into Disney Plus and just combine the two? There's been talk about a question whether that would be done. It's VPN time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the US when it comes to some of these streaming things. Man. I mean, like, talking non-Disney for a moment. Star Trek stuff. CBS All Access. Or, hey, Netflix everywhere else, right? I know it's not a Disney thing, but same kind of idea. Well, that doesn't sound like you're going ahead and moving Hulu into Disney Plus. You could still call it a Hulu tab on Disney Plus and just do it the same way. Cool numbers. I admit I'm not super hopeful here on Hulu doing well in that sense. I'd rather see Hulu get rolled into Disney Plus and be done with that. I mean, they do have that extra live TV section that would be interesting, but certainly what I'd like to see anyway. Pirates of the Caribbean main menu games so you can play with your remote control. Yeah. It'd be nice to see. It'd be interesting to see some more experimental stuff happen too. Like over in Netflix, I know they've been experimenting, like, say, Bandersnatch and other things like that with being able to have multiple choice movies or shows and whatnot. I mean, some of the stuff you could do more if you want to experiment. We'll see. Interesting, Sportan. Yeah, those rights deals get really weird sometimes, right? Dang. They still haven't made an announcement that Hulu would be getting the same kind of things, but I don't know. It's weird the lack of the US comment on here so far. I mean, no reason they wouldn't take advantage of that to go try to go get as much viewership as they could. No big surprise. Palm Springs was fun. I didn't see the others, but I did see that. I'm always a sucker for a Groundhog Day type thing, so there's that. It's not the come out. I'd rather see Hulu and Disney Plus combine rather than seeing a Hulu ESPN combination. Let's see. Philip, where's Muppets now? Who knows? We'll see if there's a season 2 or not. No idea. As for Willie, what's been announced so far? Well, 88 million subscribers on Netflix. Sorry, on Netflix. On Disney Plus. We know there are 10 upcoming Star Wars series, 10 upcoming Marvel shows, 15 movies here and there. So a whole bunch of stuff that way. Not any specifics yet. Going to wait on that for probably the second portion of this whole thing. And then also, if you're not in the US, there's this whole Star thing getting added everywhere. So it's great not to be in the US as far as the Star tab on Disney Plus is concerned. Although not so great if you're in Latin America where it's not in Disney Plus, but it's a separate Star Plus thing. Yeah, so it sounds like the confirmation is that in the US, Hulu will launch exclusive original films produced by 20th Century Studios and Searchlight. So it sounds like the answer is that that's what's going to happen inside the US. So not to Disney Plus. Finish touching our ESPN side of things for now. Hey, we are getting there. I think 2:20 is when they announced that they'd take the break, and from 2:20 to 2:30, and then 2:30 we dive with Bob Iger directly into the whole creative side of this. So we are getting close to the portion that's going to be really fun in this. Oh, yeah. uh, wherever you can get the money. Philippe, but nothing more on Muppets Now yet. Muppets Now finished its first season, and we've heard nothing on any season twos or anything else. There's been no news on renewal yet, so who knows? It's possible they'll announce something here. Possible they won't. If so, it would come up in that creative content section. So, because we're definitely past where it would come up here in this section. But again, we're not giving specifics like that on shows during this portion of everything. But maybe later. I I don't know if that's something that they would care to make a big deal about here, even if it is getting renewed. My guess is we won't hear anything one way or another today. I think the focus is mainly going to be on, say, Star Wars and Marvel first off. Maybe a few other things if there's anything really big that they think. They could announce the right stuff getting renewed. That they could definitely announce. There's been a lot of talk there, and also knowing that San Diego, they got some potential money there. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one get a renewal announcement. If they're looking at making those kind of announcements here, which I think they might. We'll see. But Muppets Now, for everything I know, it didn't do as well as they hoped it would from what I know, so I think it might be more on the fence, but also probably not big enough that they'd care to make a big deal today. That's my guess. But only time will tell. So was that break supposed to be at 2:20 or was it a 2:30 break? I was thinking it was 2:20. Well, at any rate, we're probably getting close to it because this will probably be the last section if I had to make a guess. Speaking, by the way, of a part of Disney that's really been hurt by what's happened this year, sports. Dang, did they get hurt and have to do all kinds of creative stuff there. Sure have. Yes, they're all dead. There you go. No, thankfully not. I'll admit, I don't go ahead and watch a whole lot of sports when it comes to it. So, not the most interesting section to me. I mean, I definitely love when I get a chance at what here in the U.S. we call soccer, but in the rest of the world we call football. But as I said, I do go ahead and love, as I said, my soccer teams to be sure, but and some Olympics when it's on, things like that. But not a huge sports person when it comes to it. Unsurprisingly. None of that sounds like a surprise right there. And they're especially expanding things like this, again, because of what's happened this year. You know, it's interesting. We're getting specific announcements actually on the ESPN section. That means we're not going to touch it in the creative content section later, being that we didn't touch anything for Disney Plus this kind of way. He does not do a good job of taking that back right there. Much more of a business executive and not exactly a television persona, this guy. You can even see his eyes move back and forth a little when they were actually closer in on him, reading the teleprompter in front of him. Yeah, no, this is not exactly his forte. I mean, it's just like how he doesn't project his voice. He kind of yells his voice a little bit. Well, anyway. Yes, exactly. The yelling comment. He sounds like he's talking to a group of soldiers. Yeah. Oh. The section we're all most hoping for right here. Okay. 10 minutes till we really hit the big time of what we're waiting for. Get some Hercules while we're at it. Okay. So, hey, we actually did get some good news out of this first section. As I said, we got those numbers on the different shows that popped out. As I said, so, yeah, 10 Marvel series. We do know what most of those are. 10 Star Wars series. We don't know what most of those are. If rumors hold true, we know around half. If. 15 Disney live-action series. Hard to say. Now, well, I said, assuming those aren't necessarily new, The Right Stuff could have its renewal. That would be one of the 15. Because they'll probably continue on their High School Musical, the musical, I'm going to imagine. Assuming we're not talking new ones. Maybe they mean new ones when they say 15. In which case, it's not any of those. So if they're talking new ones, who the heck knows? I mean, it's too broad a category to guess where they might be going for some of those live actions. Except for, we do know that there's a Beauty and the Beast spin-off show that might come. That one, the one with Gaston and LeFou, that I'm hoping that comes to fruition and actually happens, because that would be a ton of fun. So that could definitely happen. Yes, try to hype us up with this music indeed. Well, let's see. Who were the founders of the Walt Disney Company? Maybe I'll pay attention this time. Walt and Ricky. I don't think this is exactly meant for us. Walt and his brother Roy. Anyway. By the way, they also come at 15 all-new Disney live-action, Disney animation, and Pixar features released directly on Disney+. That one's interesting, too. especially because they mentioned Pixar, and I don't think they mean the simultaneous releases like what they're doing with Raya and the Last Dragon. I don't think they're including that there. But Pixar doesn't tend to put features directly there. Pixar doesn't put out enough content to go and spend time doing that. So, interesting to see where that one's going. Although, in fairness, Disney Animation doesn't tend to have the time either. So, I mean, looking at that, I mean, Disney, Pixar, Disney Animation, the live action, there's been talk about Pinocchio moving over to Disney Plus directly. And there's a whole lot of other places that could go. So, definitely some possibilities. I'm guessing Little Mermaid will still hit theaters. So, yeah, all kinds of different possibilities right there. So, what is this from? What movie did they use this in? Because I'm guessing everything here they used in a movie, but I'm not sure what movie they used this one in. Maybe it's a Soul reference even. December, isn't it? Yeah. You know what? I'm going to go take a break here, take advantage of this moment. So I will be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. My green screen being a pain over here. There we go. Oh, that's close. Come back to some Moana. So I missed out on Love is an Open Door, apparently. Ah. Okay. Give us the overview. Remember, this is also for investors as well, so that kind of talking there. Kind of the expected yada yada yada, right? uh, so that means we'll hear from Kevin Feige directly, probably. We'll hear from Kathleen Kennedy, I'm going to imagine. And I said, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, those are the two main ones we're going to care to talk to. At least the main ones we expect lots of big news out of. Now, if I'm them, I'm holding the Star Wars and Marvel sections for the very end of this, and I'm putting everything else ahead. We'll see. Yeah, in fairness. Certainly when, if we're talking Mandalorian, you want to talk the quality in there? Dang. I mean, it's also a big thing about the MCU where we're really getting the big actors actually here in terms of these Marvel shows. So, yeah, and that's different to a degree. It's been shifting in terms of TV in general, but especially here. We're doubling our efforts. Well, after all, he doesn't want to go ahead and have to explain it to the Emperor. Little humor. He actually said that. Was not expecting a random 2-minute intermission here, but apparently we've got another quick intermission. So now let's go run some Zootopia, huh? Well, Philippe, if I could go ahead and have the money to go make another movie about the Muppets, I would go do it. Anybody wants to go give me the money to do it, I will make a Muppets movie. That'd be fun. Not that I have any burning ideas on the matter, but that certainly would be fun. Okay. No trivia questions this time, it looks like, huh? So, we're going to jump straight into Disney animation here then? Part of why we're doing Zootopia music this time around? Don't know. By the way, there's been a good few of you here, along with me. I honestly had no idea how many people would pop up. I mean, I put this out last minute and I'm like, oh, right, that Disney Investor Day is coming up. And then we only got this news that it was going to really be a big thing very, very recently. We're talking like yesterday that it really came out that it was going to be as big as it was. So, yeah. so I'm so glad that you're all here because it'd be really boring to do this by myself, to say the least. As I said, I love getting to talk with you all over here in the chat, so thanks for popping by and joining me on this. Ooh, 10, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to run to TV first. In that reel. Speaking of the footage we're not allowed to see, of course, that's why we had an intermission. So painful not to get to go see that due to rights issues. Or at least tell us about whatever you might have shown. It sounds like the reel probably was stuff they already made almost. I don't know. Heard good things. I've never actually seen it though. Yeah, but what are you making? Could the creator of This Is Us go back and create, say, a season 3 of Gallivant? Just saying. Here's more of that footage we don't get to see, huh? So if you were actually there, you would actually be getting to see something about this only murders in the building going on. Interesting cast on it. So obviously a very comedic piece, huh? Without... It's like you can't even show us a trailer for it, though. Rights issue that doesn't let you... That was weird. Well. So who actually gets to see this? Because there's no in-person event actually going on at all. So is this just for people who are actual investors logged in as investors that get to see this right now? Would that be the actual answer on who gets to see it? I'm guessing. Or maybe if you're in certain countries you get to see it. I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, this section just isn't the most interesting here for me. Talking about all these different shows. I said these are more the big ABC network type shows. Which there could be some good stuff in here, but I'm not super hopeful for anything and not expecting much. And it's even worse when we're not going to get a trailer out of this at all. We're not going to see any of what's going on, apparently. By the way, just to confirm, if anyone else that wants to say anything, anybody who's international or saying Europe or anything, you're not getting any trailers here either, right? Because I can tell you, I certainly am not. But then again, that could be a U.S. rights thing for all I know. But so, anyone else seen anything other than just the static image of Dropout with Kate McKinnon's face over here on the side? You are hearing me, right? Good, okay. Yeah. We'll just talk about how interesting this show must be. I mean, there's a drop of blood. It must be incredibly interesting. That is a cast for you, I'll tell you that. Yeah. So probably just the investors who actually get to see any of this. Well, I guess we get to hear about what's coming up. I mean, we got Dope Sick with Michael Keaton and Rosario Dawson and Peter Sarsgaard. Which again, that's a heck of a cast sitting on there. But that's it. So it sounds like this is just going to be some kind of dramatization of the events. But I mean, with that cast, you're not just talking a documentary with them voicing things over, right? Hard to say. Thanks, Jerem, Sam, and Dominic, for going ahead and tuning in there, letting me know, because I was curious if that was just something. Maybe it was depending on the country, but clearly doesn't sound like it. Okay, so this is a Hulu thing. Or Star if you're outside the US. It might actually be on Disney Plus for you. It looks like Nicole Kidman, no? Yep. Nicole Kidman's been doing a few series lately. I mean, always great to see Nicole Kidman doing work, to be sure. Getting one of those. It's hard to say a whole lot about any of these different shows with just a name and a cast. We don't even really get a synopsis out of them, because why would they give us a synopsis when they have the footage to show? It feels like a slight miss, because they're trying to hybridize this and make it so it's both for the investors who actually get to see the footage and also for all of us as a bigger event. Because of that, they should have at least given us a synopsis, give us a little more to talk about. I never know what to call you, by the way, so I just call you Obi-Wan. Did you miss much? Were you here in the first portion? Well, okay. In this second portion, the creative portion, we've heard some announcements for Hulu and Star original shows, but we don't get to see any of the footage. So we're getting to hear names of things and see some of the main actors. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. This is our fourth show that we've gone ahead and talked about without giving a trailer. So, and I was just commenting about how, since they're trying to hybridize it, I think they should really at least give us a synopsis ahead of time. This would get a little more. Oh, The Handmaid's Tale doesn't stop until they don't have to. Unless they can't possibly keep it going, they're not going to. Heck, they'll probably spin that off if the main actor ever leaves anyway. Or for whatever else. Hey, by the way, we get a trailer. That's new. Ooh, I think I just bumped that mic. Sorry about that. Handmaid's Tale being one of those shows that actually doesn't hit the 3-season curse that a lot of streaming shows have started to get into lately. So you get those initial giant hits. Like over on Netflix, you had Orange is the New Black, and you had House of Cards, which both went a ton of seasons, but past that, you started having all those 3-season shows. Something I worry about popping up on Disney Plus too. If so, Mandalorian, being one of the first big breakout shows, wouldn't run into that problem. But then again, in fairness, there's a different IP side going on there too. Well, this looks like another trailer we're not getting right here. Okay, so for bonus points, anybody know what we're talking about here? I honestly don't know what this is. So, if you have any idea what this picture is a reference to or whatnot, shove it up in the comments because I have no idea what we're watching. So, see California license plate. I can see that. Well, hello, Philippe from Croatia. Yeah, I said, I wouldn't say just getting people that are controversial or make big splashes is quality, but I guess that you can define it however you like. I mean, if you're making that, well, I mean, if you're doing a reality show, it is. Maybe that they're talking a reality show. But otherwise, writers are so bloody important in whatever you're talking about. We're going to go through this side of things for a little while. Remember my comment, we're going to save Marvel and Star Wars for the end of this because they are the biggest things to talk about. So that means we've got to start with the things that are probably the least interesting up here today. Bonus points if you can identify all the different shows going on here in the background on these TVs, huh? Well, the combination with Hulu helped too a lot right there in terms of making FX bigger. And you better bet the Shield was huge in the first place. In fairness, that is pre-Hulu. Wilfred was a weird little show. What we do in the shadows is, oh man, I was wondering whether the show would really live up to the movie, and it does. Can't wait for season 3 on that. In fairness, FX really did try to go more for the higher quality. I grant them that. Kind of one of those, we're trying to do HBO light in a matter of speaking. Did a minute. That was a cool graphic right there, going into the castle. Nice. Can we move it into Disney Plus? Just combine the whole dang thing? No? Oh, yeah, I see. Who are the Kardashians? Rich family that have made a thing about reality television. What else? Yeah, that's the accurate description right there. Yeah. Definition of celebrity culture right there. At some point, I would expect them to advertise a new FX show or a returning one coming up. We are doing a long preamble to that right here. Oh, and Dram, jumping back a comment, you were saying that might be the stage where they do Mando. I, it could be. It certainly is possible. I, I don't know. I don't feel that's what it is, but it certainly could be. I mean, when you look at the shape and size of this, yeah, I mean, easily could do it there. Who knows? Be an interesting question to find out, right? Right. Although they have a big screen laying around that, to our knowledge, is currently being used either on a Boba Fett series or on Mandalorian Season 3. Maybe they were actually in that little interim period in between the two. Who knows? I don't know what their main stage looks like for the quality of a background screen. I mean, they have a pretty good background screen. See if I can pop an image, right? I could probably get one up over here. Like this was the other year. So that was Kevin Mayer talking about all the Disney Plus there. So, I mean, they've got a pretty good sized screen on that one. So, but yeah, I can't tell if that screen really goes to the ground on that one or not. Anyway. But yeah, no, this looks nice. I mean, the visuals are really nice here in terms of what they're doing with that screen behind them. It's because we don't see how tall the screen is either. No idea, because that black bar at the top seems to be just the top of the frame. Starting to feel like they're not even going to tell us any upcoming FX shows at this point. Actually, if you're following Twitter for Disney, there are a couple new FX ones that announced. Reservation Dogs and Why the Last Man. They posted it to the Disney Twitter a little quicker than they got to it here on the stream. Also, you're looking at Handmaid's Tale apparently has a special message up sitting there. Alien. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. Well, that legitimately sounds interesting. And I wish we got to see this trailer here. Dang. I mean, who else here thinks an Alien series sounds like it could be really cool? I think that sounds like it could be really cool. Man, hopefully they put the right budget into it and do a good job with it. I mean, whew. Oh, I'd love to see the trailer they just went ahead and put out. Now we'll have to wait for that. Interesting. Interesting. Well, everybody wants to make their own Game of Thrones, that's for sure. Those are nice visuals. It's like they didn't even have a trailer for anybody on that one right there. Wasn't even to that point. But that sounds intriguing. But of course, dime a dozen, a number of those fail, and some of them are really good. Okay, we've made it through that TV section and all that. General entertainment content. There's a way of putting it. Yeah, outside of the U.S. A movie about B-1 battle droids. Oh, yeah, they could make it, but I worry about the audience age they'd be aiming that at. Really? Huh. I thought we would wait longer on this. I did not think we'd bring Lucasfilm up this quick. Color me surprised. Braided and B-1 battle droids. Oof. Really get into some murder. Alright. How many of those 10 do we get to hear about now? Come on. God, I love that music. No kidding. I mean, The Mandalorian's what launched Disney Plus to become what it was. Without that, Disney Plus wouldn't have grown the way it has. No question on it. Mm-hmm. No kidding. That was a good episode. Nice. Got a showbow. Yeah, you had to do that. Sure. It's a new video for season 2, I think. Regardless. Not like this is going to give us anything new, nor should it. I mean, we've only got 2 episodes left. I wouldn't want to see anything necessarily on that. Ah, this is a nice trailer, though. Dang. I don't need anything for the last 2. I'm okay. I'm good with surprises sometimes. Especially here when we've only got 2 left. I've talked about this. I think the next episode is just a big setup. Get the gang together. We're going to spend a whole bunch of time there. After all, Rick Famuyiwa directed our last heist episode in season 1 as well. Now they put it together a nice set of these clips to work this, though. Dark Troopers here in a moment, right? I just always go, 5 years and over 20 are slightly different time periods as far as how long ago something fell. Also, the Empire shouldn't have really fallen at Return of the Jedi, but new canon is new canon, and it fell really quick after that, so... Now, this is a nice trailer someone put together, though. It's really not a trailer, it's more like a highlights reel from season 2 right here so far. From the first 5 episodes, I should say, of season 2. Now it's the first 6. Oh man, this was fun. Someone put together one heck of a nice highlight reel for season 2. Dang. Just 2. Interesting. Yo. Look at these two. Look at... Oh, nice. Confirmation on Ahsoka. Rangers of the New Republic. Interesting. But hey, Ahsoka. Did she say September 2021? Yeah, that would roughly fit. I think that's when we started season 2 as well, right? Did we? No, we started in October. Yeah, anyway. But interesting, no confirmation on a Boba Fett series right there, unless you're... Because Rangers of the New Republic is not Boba Fett. Interesting. Man, it is cool. I'm sorry, the volume is so freaking cool. But hey, back to where we were. Ahsoka series. Yes. I mean, we had the rumors on it, and there's no way you don't do an Ahsoka series, right? And we are getting it. I love these behind-the-scenes looks at this. Oh, so intriguing when they do. Rangers of the New Republic, though. That's interesting. So who do we have starring in that? I mean, we've seen some people that could, right? It's cool getting some behind the scenes season 2 stuff and all this. Look at that. Probably Cara Dune. True, true. She definitely could be. We could easily work her into that. Also, our new Rebel. Sorry, not Rebel pilot. Our New Republic pilot could too, to be sure. Interesting. Wow. You knew they'd have more and more. Not to mention, by all reports, it's actually been great in terms of dealing with the pandemic because you don't need as many people and it's much more controlled space. But so that means we have the original volume, a larger volume, and then 3 more volumes on top of that being built. Whew. Nice. No, I don't think they'd give Gina Carano her own show either, so I don't know who we really are focusing on. But I guess we'll see. We're just going to call it Andor now instead of Cassian Andor. Love the logo. Interesting. Yep. Yep. Good. We do have Mon Mothman too. Nice. I remember talk about that. So good. Right. No, I think I did. Yeah. Ooh. Nice footage. I am a fan of getting footage. Toss a Rogue One tie-in pieces. Nice. So I don't think we're going to get any footage from the actual series here. Maybe they don't have anything quite to that spot yet. But we're getting all kinds of behind the scenes imagery everywhere in this. Oh, man. There are some intriguing things in this. Look at all this. Yeah, dog-like thing of some sort, right? That was a volume, wasn't it? Hard to say. It looked kind of small, though. Concept art. Man, it would take some looking at some of these images and really getting to dig into some of this to see a bit more of what's going on in Andor. Yes. Yes. Although, man, can it be more than a limited series? Can we get a season 2 and 3? Oh, is that our time frame? So we're 10 years after. Nice. 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 Yep. March. So that sounds like we're probably looking at Early 2022. Ah, oh, you're killing me. 2 minutes. You see that? That's 2 minutes of early look at Kenobi. Oh, I'm in pain. Oh, if there's one thing I'd love to see right now, that probably would have been number one. I mean, if they actually had footage to show us of Ahsoka, I'd take that too, but... it's painful. But hey, Hayden Christensen's actually going to be back in here as Vader too. That is cool. Tatooine tours with Obi. Kind of almost sounds like a Star Tours Obi-Wan combo going on right there, right? Oh, I'm still in pain about not getting this footage, though. Ugh. Now, since they're not even starting production till March, clearly this would have to be concept art, talking to maybe our director, Deborah Chow. That's it. But you better bet I would take that concept art, that's for sure. Dave Filoni. No. You wish. Not that we need more J.J. Abrams in there. Forgive me. Okay, let's all imagine the concept art we're all not seeing right now, right? Yeah, we might get a Bad Batch trailer. That's possible. I don't know how far into production they are on that. But we haven't mentioned it yet in here. It's interesting, though, that they'd actually touch Bad Batch after going ahead and going through Kenobi, though. And we didn't mention Boba Fett as a spin-off. On the other hand, well, no. Maybe it's not a spin-off, right? We could have a Boba Fett series that it wasn't one, that it was actually earlier in time. That's possible. Now we're going to Bad Batch. No kidding. No kidding. Mm-hmm. Here. Footage? Yes! Footage. Ooh. And look at the quality of this animation in here. Oh, man. Nice. Whew. We had the slavers in there. Nice. I mean, most of this is just seeing them, not seeing too much specifically, but see some of the worlds in here. Oh, the footage is beautiful. Oh, look at that. Nice. Whew. Oh, what's that? Whew. Yeah, that's gotta be her, right? I mean, that kind of armor going on? We're actually going to get backstory in her. Oh, look at that animation on Tarkin. Oh, that was great. And we're getting Tarkin back in, too. Oh, man. Nice. Oh, yeah. That quality of footage, too. It's like visions. Oh, interesting. Oh. Intriguing. Well, this sounds cool. Wow, didn't even give me a chance to breathe before jumping into here, huh? Wow, we just barely touched that Visions thing. That sounded cool, though. This sounds cool, too, by the way. The Lando series, huh? Nice. That logo's fun. Yeah. Of course we don't get to see it. How is it a rights issue to be able to show us this? I mean, that's what they claimed was due to rights issues, we won't be able to show you some of this. I just don't buy that it's a rights issue that didn't let us see any of this. Because this is certainly owned by Lucasfilm and therefore Disney. And when we're just talking about concept art and whatnot. Yeah, anyway. But yeah, that Visions thing, 10 different short stories, anime, oof, nice. Bad Batch, though. Oh, man. Oh, that footage. And then we've already got enough footage that it's to that point in production. Oh, beautiful. It's, yeah. Yeah, me too. I'm much more excited than I was before actually getting to see it. And, I mean, I heard the talk that, recently that, yeah, it was going to take on from the quality of animation that we had at the end of 7. Whew, no kidding right there. Clone Wars Season 8, yeah, in many ways, right? And hopefully it starts off on the mature level, too. It's like, here's hoping. But bloody heck, that was beautiful footage right there. Anyway. Yes. Cool to see Tarkin. But this one. Do we get to hear anything about when or where this is set? Because we heard a few weeks ago that that was in a different time period, a different place. Acolyte. Interesting. We're High Republic era. That was one of the wonders if we were headed that direction. Okay. I'm not holding my breath here. This feels like this is the younger oriented one, huh? Yeah, that feels like that was your younger age oriented one. True. They are doing this. I wasn't a fan of the movie. Who knows, maybe the series will be really good and I'd really like it. That's possible. Exactly, Dram. Main characters, no Jar Jar droid arcs. And apparently Fennec's actually going to be in there a bit, so we're going to get backstory on Fennec way back to just after the end of the Clone Wars. I mean, that's pretty cool too, right there. You might have been able to get me more excited about the Willow series if I'd seen some footage for it, but maybe. Again, wasn't a fan of the movie, so it's not likely it would have done a lot to help me. How old was he? 16, 17, right? Couldn't have said which. No idea. Not a clue. I'm still surprised about the lack of the Boba Fett show announcement, though. That one surprises me. Because the rumors were so bloody heavy on Boba Fett. If there was any one of the spin-offs that was the heaviest, it was that one. So that's surprising to me. So what about Rangers of the New Republic, huh? So 12 seconds, we'll come back. We'll be done with not seeing whatever it is they're talking about here. Well, let's see. What do we get to next? Good. What are we doing? Oh, well, that. I already know that's coming. I was more curious if we got any information on the 2023 Star Wars movie coming up. Hey, I mean, hoping it would be good. Indy 4 makes me rather wary, but. So what's this? I've never heard of it. Anyone heard of Children of Blood and Bone? Cool. It's like, sounds potentially interesting. I just never heard of it. Come on, tell me where we're going. Future. Does it mean we're jumping way further up? Not High Republic? Well, that would be Taika. I'm trying to figure out what the heck I'm looking at right here. No information. I mean, she said future era. Does that mean we're jumping way off into ahead? Or does she just means further ahead in Star Wars? I'm not sure which way to guess on that. Ooh. Ooh. Are we actually directly adapting? It's like. So this is the 2023 Rogue Squadron. But just as one movie, that's interesting. Ah, interesting. Well, now that's an image right there for you. But the droid story has to be a kids-oriented one. But Rogue Squadron. Nice. This is where we might get a comment on a renewal to the right stuff. But anyway, the Rogue Squadron, oh, I love that. So here's hoping. But I don't know what you adapt just with one movie, though. That's so little to deal with. Documentary films, that would be Nat Geo. I mean, I'm still stuck on the Star Wars a little. I mean, we're off to Nat Geo, but my brain's over here still. Man, the Rogue Squadron thing's interesting. I mean, this is probably the closest we'll get to something that's like the X-Wing series, or I guess now the Alphabet series, in new canon, as far as getting something like that really brought to, well, the big or small screen. So, interesting. It doesn't feel like something that's meant for a movie, though, to me. So I wonder, maybe the Rogue Squadron is going to be a movie, and then they are hoping to potentially spin a show off out of it. I agree, Sportan. It just doesn't feel right for a movie to me. So I'm hoping maybe it's a launch for a spin-off. Here's hoping. Because, I mean, the idea is exciting. I've read the whole X-Wing series. I've never read the Alphabet series for new canon. But the X-Wing series was so bloody good. Anyway. These are some fun images, by the way, on them playing these different parts. When I'd say that. What would have gotten a lot better for building excitement on Rangers of the New Republic is at least getting some idea who it's focusing on. Give us a name or names of people. Naming it Ranger sounds like it's going to be more an ensemble cast kind of thing rather than an individual, though. So, who knows? Ahsoka show set within the timeline of Mandalorian. Well, I mean, that would fit. They said it's a spin off, so it's not going to be beforehand. That wouldn't fit with it being a spin off show. Nat Geo being Nat Geo. Whales are cool. Not a whole lot more to say, but whales are cool. I like whales. Some nice footage, as I mean, you'd come to expect. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's just not the kind of thing to excite me, really, just seeing more footage there. In the Ahsoka series? Yes, I agree. I mean, Jerem, I think that's where we gotta go. I commented that during some of the live streams, or maybe it was an after episode. I think it was a live stream. Yeah, because I live streamed, second watched the episode with Ahsoka. But that was my comment too. Is bring in Thrawn and reference Thrawn. Thrawn's just way too big a villain for Din Djarin and the Mandalorian, but sure as heck a big enough villain for Ahsoka. Well, at least for the time being. So yeah, definitely your villain for the Ahsoka series. Do we believe the Bad Batch will defect? Well, I mean, some of the talk we did get about Bad Batch is that we know that they were going to go into mercenary time period rather than simply being part of the Empire. So we did talk about that they would have to be living after being soldiers. That was part of the earlier talk and announcement of the show. So I'm not sure that it's that they defect per se, as much as they go outside of the Empire and outside of the rebellion as a whole. So that would be more my impression, is not that they've defected to the rebellion, but that they've left the Empire. Ooh. You got to get your big name to go anchor these documentary series, right? I suppose there's an amusing point about using Chris Hemsworth on Limitless. Just if you think about Thor in that sense. Yeah, reference a superhero piece. Let's see. Back over to you guys. Vader killing them off would be cool. Killing off our Bad Batch. Oh, yes, man. That's the end. There, season's in, right? Like those guys really don't fit in with that kind of total. Yeah, well, again, they mentioned them as mercenaries, so I guess that's probably what we're going to see a lot of. My guess is we'll see them before that. I wonder if by the end of season 1, if they'll be out of the Empire and off to be mercenaries. That could be a way to go hit your cliffhanger, is them leaving. Because you're getting paid massive amounts of money doing a documentary to do it. Oh, no. Yeah, Rex, Wolf, and Gregor, definitely. I mean, really, again, there's all kinds of potential to see some of our really good clones and see what happens afterwards. Again, it really is, yeah, like season 8 of Clone Wars. But again, potentially by making it focus on Bad Batch, maybe we can actually also mature up the show a little too. Certainly don't have to reset back down like Rebels, hopefully. So it's interesting. We put Star Wars a little ways in, but Marvel looks like it's going to be way late in this. Go figure. Yeah, I don't know where to go. See, it's just, who knows? Maybe there are other people that get really excited about these announcements on Nat Geo, but I mean, hey, it's more documentaries, which I expect to be of a certain standard of quality, but maybe they're not, and that's cool. And these, which, yeah, I mean, these are interesting, I suppose. Will Smith is fun to watch. Chris Hemsworth is fun to watch. So, yeah, sure. And really, the thing I'm most interested in hoping to hear from out of Nat Geo is about another season of Right Stuff and Magic of Disney's Animal Kingdom. Those would be the things I'd most hoping to hear out of them. But beyond that, let's see. Do we know if Filoni's creative director for Bad Batch? I swear I remember hearing that he was. So yes, to my knowledge, because I swear I even reported on that when I was talking about Bad Batch way back when we first got our announcement of it. So unless something's changed, yes. And yeah, as Obi-Wan just said, yeah, on the Star Wars website it says that he is. Yeah, Trapper Wolf might be one of our Rangers of the New Republic show. We just brought him in, and I could definitely see him be one of those people that are in there. But again, I'm guessing it's a group of people. And if so, this next episode, we're going ahead and running into the New Republic and a base as far as Mandalorian's concerned. So if we're really working that spinoff of the Rangers, next episode is probably a big one for doing just that. Because we'll get to see more of the New Republic. I'm not expecting a whole ton on the season finale for hitting the New Rangers of the New Republic, but next episode would definitely be it. It's a buddy cop thing, like a comedic spin on Star Wars. uh, that could be really interesting. Talk about a different tone, which would be intriguing. Get a Taika Waititi, going and working it. Or yeah, could be interesting. I'm I'm not going to go ahead and make any bets on that being the direction we're going with the Rangers. I just doubt it, but it would be intriguing to actually have a comedic series going on. Forgive me, but Simpsons is long, long past its prime. Of course it is. And since it's huge, there's a reason it's gone over 30 seasons long. Not the most interesting portion here, for this. So obviously we moved past Nat Geo and we did not get any renewal announcements right there. Oh well. I figured we might actually get the one, but what can you do? Yeah, I remember reporting on a Mighty Ducks series getting made up here in the future. Can't say that I really care, but I don't have any expectations of the Mighty Ducks series being good, but who knows? It could be really good. Said, I doubt I'll ever watch it though. Too many things to watch that I'm far more interested in. Yeah, I mean, just look at the ages this thing's aimed at. And this is clearly way low. You know, it has been ages since I've ever seen a Mighty Ducks movie. Just waiting for something more interesting here. Unless we get to talk about, say, a Beauty and the Beast series in the course of this. I mean, that would be great. I imagine we'll probably get talk about more seasons of things like High School Musical, the musical, or something in here too, or someone. Which is also a show I have not seen. Wow, we've definitely gone down in the number of viewers here at this point, huh? Made it past Star Wars and everyone's gone. uh, Thought there'd be a few more people sticking around for Marvel, though. I guess in fairness, I haven't talked a lot of Marvel here on the channel, so there is that. Although, in my defense, there hasn't been a lot of Marvel going on this year. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. aside. True, true. What is it over there? Nearing. What is it? Nearing 1 in the morning? 2 in the morning? Over UK wise, and yeah. Hey, we've already been streaming for over 2 hours, so way and away we go, How long did they say this section would go? They said this section was till 5, right? How does a creative section still go that long? Well, I mean, we still have movies to talk about, too. We haven't even touched movies yet. That's a whole giant category there. Well, sleep is usually good for school, but you don't need sleep. Who needs sleep? Well, not as young oriented as the last one if this is high school oriented, but still. What is it I recognize him from? Oh, was that text around the thing on Ahsoka? I couldn't tell what it was exactly. Well, let's see. The series actually sounds moderately interesting, but just going doing a JFK reference on the not easy because it's hard thing there. Don't look up the translation, might be Rebel spoilers. That's a good point. That's a darn good point. Hey, there it is. So we do get some reference to that. Nice. So now it is confirmed official rather than just being in the works. Nice. Nice. I said, this should be cool. And of course, yeah, 56 seconds. You're not going to get to hear anything here. But I wonder if this is going to be a 2021 or a 2022 by the time it actually comes out. The news on it dropped way back. I think it was the very second news video I ended up doing for the channel. So, wow. No, I'd barely done videos for the channel at that point. I think it was the 13th video on the entire channel. I went ahead and talked about the news that this one was actually being worked on. Make them a gay couple, we'll be happy. Swiss Family Robinson series. Yeah, I think I heard about that. Ron Moore, huh? Oh, that's interesting, actually. Amongst other people involved in it. I hear a lot of people having big hopes for Percy Jackson here. I've never read the books, but I remember hearing all the outcry over the movies not sticking to the books at all and doing one of those typical issues, but that the show possibly will actually focus heavily that way. Yes, I remember hearing about this news recently because I put that in there. Also, not a book I've ever read. Interesting. This is just not my cup of tea there. Oh, who knows? Maybe it was super well reviewed and whatnot, and one should take a look at it. I don't know. I'll never put that down as not being a possibility. Let's see if I can do this without overly disrupting things for a second. Look at this. Oh, is that cool or is that cool? And let's see if I can just show this here. Hey, there's a better background. Look at that. I'm just shoving that back there now. So, hey, we got the Ahsoka one right behind me. Rangers of the New Republic. There's Visions. Mandalorian Season 3. Lando. Rogue Squadron movie coming up. Andor up here on this side. Obi-Wan. Acolyte. Bad Batch kind of just off the edge of the screen over there. I think that's India, movie 5. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too on the lack of the Boba announcement. That's a surprising lack of announcement. How many series did we get announced today? Let's see. So we got the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the droid one is 8. I don't think Mandalorian's new seasons count as a 9. I don't think. So if the Mandalorian one does, then we're at 9 out of the... Oh, and Bad Batch over here. That actually might be all 10 then. If they're counting season 3 of Mandalorian as one of the 10. Right? Or are we at 9? Yeah. Really just depends on whether we're counting that or not. I found Hocus Pocus okay. I suppose I'm not, with a lot of people in that sense, who love Hocus Pocus. Oh, nice. Frame to frame on that one. Yeah. Well, hopefully, Dram there, hopefully they will do a good job of turning him into a series. Always a hope, right? And usually, actually honoring the books are good too, depending on what we're doing. That's coming out Friday, I think. So that'll be out shortly. But yeah, Obi, talking about the Boba, yeah, it's like, dang, the rumors were heavy on that. Like, super, super heavy. So it's really intriguing not to. But yeah, that would seem to be the expectation is Boba will stick around here for now. On the other hand, looking at filming it around this time of season 3, maybe the Boba spinoff actually comes right after season 3. And so therefore you won't announce it till later than that. That's possible too, because then you could still be filming it and you have a reason to film it around the time of filming Mando season 3. But that could be. And you wouldn't announce the spinoff yet, because whatever's going to happen will happen after that. Same reason we're not seeing a Bo-Katan spinoff, because Bo-Katan is heavily tied into Moff Gideon right now. We clearly have to go ahead and finish that confrontation, and then after that would probably spin off. So, given that, maybe season 3 is going to be your spot. You hit both of those points. I don't know. Yeah, she could appear in episode 8. I'm not convinced that she will. I'm not convinced Bo-Katan will appear again until next season. Because we're not going to beat Moff Gideon this season. I mean, I could be highly, highly surprised. But we're building up to a cliffhanger at this point. That's, I don't think we'll be Gideon until the end of 3. Although, maybe even end of 4. That's also possible. And they're cheaper by the dozen. Not that I was ever a big fan of the original, so... I love this background back behind me here. This is fun. Oh, because you were thinking maybe we'd switch off to Thrawn, otherwise, which would give you a reason to kill Gideon. That's a good point, Sportan. But yeah, no, definitely with Ahsoka. Yeah. Man, there is so much excitement sitting right here. Look at all of this. I'm sorry, that's whew. I love that. Yeah, it did kind of look a Peanut style in Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Who knows? Yeah, I think I heard something about an Ice Age spinoff coming up. I could care less. I think I've seen the first Ice Age, maybe a part of a different one. Although the little, shorts, finding the nut and whatnot, those were always fun. Oh, interesting. I don't think I'd heard that the night at the museum thing was going to be animated. Interesting. That's different. Hey, yeah, just look behind me. Hype, hype, hype. I wish Bad Batch was in here too, but just slightly off the side. Yeah, we're talking live action adaptations now. Pinocchio, we're going to probably talk about here in a moment. Little Mermaid. The Lion King prequel. Those are some of the big expectations to potentially come up. Well, good night, Jerem. I suppose 1 a.m. Yeah. Catch you later right there. I said I'll be live streaming my watch of The Mandalorian in tomorrow noon Pacific, so maybe catch you over on that. Have a good night. And thanks for popping by. Speaking of movies, Jungle Cruise. I'm excited about this. I mean, as a both of the two, both Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt, love seeing them, so I'm hoping. Oh, it's this Lion King prequel time. Where we're going to actually focus on Mufasa, right? What an intriguing choice of where to go. No worries, Jaram. Sounds good. I'll see you in the comments under it then. Wow, they didn't give us much of anything on the Lion King. Just a confirmation that we have the inspired prequel, but that's about it. Wow, they didn't even tell you it was focused on Mufasa. Yeah, confirmations on what we've heard about Little Mermaid coming up. I think that's a larger cast than I remember having heard about before. Yep. Pinocchio? No. Wow. I don't think I even heard about that. Huh. Who knows? Think we'll actually get to see the animation test, or think we'll go to a little pause there for that one? I'm still surprised. If I would have thought if you, yeah, we didn't get to see it. I would have thought on Star Wars that either you would have saved it for near the end, just like Marvel, or you would have shoved it at the beginning so you had something big at the beginning. But instead, it kind of hit like a midpoint, which surprises me a bit. Marvel, though, we are sure as heck saving for the end. I mean, you can see that. That was, I don't know who was in charge of that ordering of the timeline for this, but weird choice. Little over a minute, huh? You know what? I'm going to pause for a brief bit. I'll be back. Looking back. Just missed out a little on Peter Pan and Wendy, huh? We're finally talking about Disenchanted, or at least that's a working title I've heard before. Oh, they talked about Pinocchio? Did they go ahead and confirm Tom Hanks in there too? Cool. I said Tom Hanks as Geppetto should be cool. I reckon another Sister Act movie? Wow. Yes, it's coming out mid-year. So they should be able to tell us a bit more about that. I mean, the look of it looks cool for whoever's doing the cinematography and the style on that. Do we get to see it? Yeah. I figured as much. I could hope, though, that might be one we'd get to see. I'm so happy they at least showed us a Bad Batch piece, though. Oh, man. That was great that we got to see that one, at least. I'm a little surprised we didn't get to see the sizzle reel here for this. This movie isn't, I mean, what, I think the idea is April, May, something like that here. So it's not that far till it comes out to Disney Plus. So I would have expected we would have seen this one. Heck, it can't be too long till we actually hit a trailer for Cruella, really. Well, just imagine the trailer. uh, let's see, what do we got? What other iconic Disney film did Disney legend Betty Lou Garrison voice Cruella de Vil? Well, not like I read through that quick enough, did I? Wasn't really looking at it quick enough. What did he actually say? That was such a weird today getting put over top of that. Man, they did not even do enough work to make that sound like it was him saying that. Maybe put the actual date. Could be that. Maybe it was just thanks for joining me. But see, that's the point. Star Wars is right here with those in size and interest. It's like, that's weird. Well, this is a different intermission than usual right here. I have no idea what the heck I'm looking at right now. I figured it was just going to be another 5-minute, nothing going on here. I mean, this is better than just 5-minute pauses with nothing actually up in front of us, I'll say that. Let's see. See, I'm just blocking out the Ahsoka one too much right there, right? So the Visions thing is going to be 10 short anime films? I'm not sure if films is the right choice, or, well, I guess short films. I mean, heck, we could go into all kinds of places in the Star Wars galaxy in that time frame, too. Maybe even a way of doing Legends. Although I do have this question. That Visions series, will it be canon or not? Because it could be a thing where they might not be canon, which might even give more freedom to do Legends work if they wanted to. That could be interesting. All kinds of different questions right there. And the Lando series is interesting. It's also interesting it's not a solo series because there's been all the hope for another solo movie or a solo series. I wonder if the Lando series will touch on some of those pieces from Solo. Because we could do some of that in there, which would be interesting. It's interesting. I do kind of miss the countdown on the timer, though. So, by the way, speaking of the Ahsoka thing, so there might be part of the whole interesting quote from Dave Filoni about the non-linear timeline thing going on. And maybe that's part of what's going on with the Ahsoka series too, is that it won't simply be post Mandalorian, maybe it'll also be pre-Mandalorian too. Maybe it's going to jump around time-wise. Could be some interesting stuff. Who knows? But yeah, Rangers is the one that I'm really curious. I mean, heck, we could easily bring Wedge into a Rangers of the New Republic, right? Trapper Wolf, I to be honest, I'd be surprised not to see Trapper Wolf pop up into Rangers of the New Republic the way he was brought in this season. Who knows? Maybe we'll even see Dave Filoni pop in as a New Republic pilot again somewhere in there. I imagine you're right there, Obe, considering so many potential spoilers that I just have no idea on what to expect. I mean, look at that logo. I mean, very much a piloty. Whoa, here we go. Very much a pilot kind of thing going on with Rangers of the New Republic up there. Very, yeah. It's like, on the other hand, maybe that's kind of going to be like our equivalent of an X-Wing series or an Alphabet series. Maybe Rangers of the New Republic will do it. But it feels more like send them out to the outer rim kind of thing. Yeah, like a Top Gun logo. Definitely. Definitely, it seems that way. Hotshot pilots. Hey, could have hotshot pilots go on. That could certainly sustain the series for a bit. So yeah, no. Interesting stuff. I'd love to hear that Wedge is going to become big in there amongst other possible names. That'd be a great way to tie back in. Who knows? Again, I'm also going to guess, so when it comes to Rangers, that we're probably going to see at least maybe another new character we don't know next episode that might be in it. Being that we know we're seeing New Republic some more next episode. Of course, we don't have to wait very long for that at all, do we? I mean, that's less than 8 hours away, and we will know the answer to that question as to whether we see some more, well, 8 hours plus however much time it takes to finish watching the episode. It's also interesting on the Star Wars Obi-Wan one, how much this is very much still the style of writing they were using for the Star Wars stories types pieces right here, and they still kept it pretty heavily for this one. Okay, Disney animation time. Yep. I wonder if we'll hear anything about the upcoming Lin-Manuel Miranda animated one that's coming up like 2022 or so. Yeah, the trailer looked good for it, to be sure. That doesn't add to it for me right there, that last piece. Nice art. And I'm hoping with Jennifer Lee up in charge of Disney Animation now, that we will get more of those behind the scenes docu-series the same way that we did for Frozen 2. Yeah. Premiere Access. uh, Wow, that is a nice visual of all of them right there. I don't think they're missing anything. I'd be surprised if they did, but... Spent a little while thinking that lineup. I did hear rumors on this, I think. Well, here's where I'm not quite on the same page as everybody else. Big Hero 6 just I wasn't a huge fan of. I mean visually it's beautiful, don't get me wrong. But I just wasn't a big fan of the movie. That doesn't mean the show might not be good. Show might be good. But yeah, and I know that puts me out there because, I mean, everybody seemed to love Big Hero 6. Not me. A little ways out right there. Really? We're going to go back to Zootopia. Certainly, I always thought that there's a lot of room to actually do something with it. Zootopia Plus. uh, but really, Zootopia, I mean, yes, it was a good movie, but there was always so much potential sitting within that city of Zootopia to go do much more to it. Yeah, Disney, just add a plus to it. I think that new Beauty and the Beast series with Gaston and LeFou, we should call that Beauty and the Beast minus, because it's a prequel. Okay, you're advertising a new heroine coming up then, if you're saying it like that, right? Oh, or for the old ones. Interesting. Kind of one of those belong for musical comedy. Interesting. Musical comedy. Hey, if we're into musical comedies, can we have a season 3 of Gallivant? So is it going to be an animated one or are they going live on it? I'm guessing they'll keep animating, right? Interesting, by the way. Cool. Feels like the next direction of tapping more into each of these movies. The live action, I said, you go back to the 90s, it was all of the straight to video sequels. Then we've had the live action remake era. Now with Disney Plus, we're going into long form series that are spinning off of each of these movies. So, interesting. Interesting. I mean, hey, hopefully they're good. So, doesn't look like we're talking about any other movies yet. I love it. Wants to go kick Disney's ass, and yet Disney went and acquired it after all. Dang. Uh, Disney's just like, oh, you want to kick our asses, do you? Well, here, have some money. Can we just have that? Thanks. Ooh. So, yes, it is the Disney way. Some nice visuals, by the way. I mean, the one big thing Disney's missed with the whole IP and grabbing IP left and right always seems to be that they didn't end up acquiring Nintendo. But on the other hand, if they had, would they have gotten everything else they did since? But there was just that time period with after the Wii U came out that Nintendo was so low that there was all that conjecture about Disney buying out Nintendo. Didn't end up happening though. Is this the Lin-Manuel Miranda one? Nice. I mean, the art's beautiful. Cool. And the art's certainly nice looking. Yes, I said. I figured this was it because knew that was coming up. So nice. Hey, sounds exciting right there. Oh, you mean you actually would have gotten something more on that? Oh, that's sad. Maybe even a song preview or something. Ah, well. Encanto, huh? Let's see. Lin-Manuel Miranda said that the character of Tamatoa, the giant crab in Moana, was a tribute to which famous singer? David Bowie. Which of these neighborhoods is not in Zootopia? Sahara Square, right? Jungle District. There's not a Jungle District? Huh. What's the name of the larger life character who reluctantly... Well, Maui, but anyway. I mean, the last question was far harder than who is the co-star of Moana? Before it? Yeah. Is it really 54? Wonder how they're counting that one. Because if you really just mean Walt Disney Animation. Yeah, anyway. At least that kept us a little occupied as we made it through here. So that'll probably finish up Disney Animation. Then I'm guessing we'll go on to Pixar, and then we'll head over to Marvel to go conclude this whole section up. Unless there's any other live action to talk about, but I think we kind of touched everything we're probably talking about in live action already. Yeah, probably did. By the way, the whole Princess and the Frog Tiana series also makes a lot of sense for, really doing a retheme of Splash Mountain 2. You can tie the two together pretty well if the timing's at all good. Baymax really stands out like a sore thumb kind of in that set of titles. The others all are kind of similar in how they look. Let's see, Pixar. Maybe we'll talk about some more Spark shorts coming up. Pixar movies, Pixar. Yeah. I mean, we said that there actually would be some Pixar direct to Disney Plus movie, I think, too, back in the announcement of all the upcoming things. So I guess we'll hear something that way here coming. Many. 34 years, yeah. Though they didn't put out their first actual movie until 94, though. Soul also gave me a little hope that they might keep going down that Premier Access route, just since they weren't doing it with Soul. Of course, in Soul, they're not releasing to theaters, so, well, except where Disney Plus doesn't exist, so say China. But I had some hope they wouldn't. Had some hope they'd go more the Marvel, sorry, not Marvel, but the Warner route in terms of doing both theaters and that, but without a Premier Access model. Oh well. What can you do? I mean, we've already had two trailers and a teaser. Don't really expect to see more new stuff here, but you never know. Kind of our extended look piece here, actually. Pixar being Pixar. Definitely hopes for this one to be fun and enjoyable. Heard lots of good things about the music in this movie too. So, like they're even releasing two different albums for it. So all kinds of good stuff there too, right? Little cat sidekick. Hopefully. Yeah. Spark shorts are good, to be sure. Well, we get an announcement for season two of a couple of season twos. We could get another season of Pixar in Real Life, a season two for Forky Ask a Question. We could get announcements on both of those here too. Oh, yep, yeah, the Inside Pixar. They would talk about that. Yes, first half of their first season. I think they said spring or summer. I forget when they said that was coming up. They timed it well. Interesting. Cool, cool. Those could be fun. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think I did hear about the Doug Days coming up. I I heard a rumor or something about it. uh, this could definitely work. I worry about making it too long of episodes, but as long as they don't go too far that way, then yeah. I did know about this Cars one coming up, but to be honest, I don't really care. I mean, even the first Cars has mediocre on for me, and we won't even talk about the sequels to Cars. But hey, it clearly was a big series for Pixar and Disney, so unsurprisingly, they're going to keep going that way. Interesting. Hmm. That's kind of cool. The multiple perspective thing can be really fun to actually go ahead and do. I said so many different episodes of different TV series that I love that have done just that kind of idea. I can think of a Farscape episode right off the bat that was really good with that. Heck, there's a Frasier one that was good with that. Not just a couple on the top of the head. Yeah, can't not touch Luca. I doubt we're gonna get to see whatever here. We didn't get to see much of anything about Luca yet, anyway. So whatever they're gonna add probably won't come our way. Although this is actually nice off the bat. So it's interesting. They're not willing to talk about what's going on past Raya and the Last Dragon yet, because they just even said that Luca's going into theaters at that point in June. So they're still hedging their bets at Disney. Even though Raya and the Last Dragon they know is too quick to have any better hopes, it sounds like maybe they're holding out that maybe the movies will go to theaters. Interesting. I mean, that is telling in its own right. So, see what we see out of that, right? Yeah, what do we got? I mean, piston cuffs is not a clue. Considering what I just said about cars in the first place, that's probably not the biggest surprise. I really don't know. That's an interesting one. How many did Michael Giacchino actually do? 7 of them. Just a few. I don't remember Quest of Yore. The Quests of Yore. Acolyte, huh? Sorry. Rogue Squadron. Acolyte. It's about to be Marvel time here, though, now. And we have so many movies and series to talk about that it's going to take 20 minutes or so to probably talk about it, right? Once we finish up with Pixar. Interesting how they're using the shorts to go ahead and help find the people to go do the longer movies later on. It's a nice way of going about that. Oh, that the eye on Kenobius' lightsaber hilt? Oh, I missed that myself. Ah. I suppose it's just slightly off on the edge right there in terms of just right there. Nice. Yeah, no, it's a nice touch on the Kenobi thing. Sci-fi. No, I'm slightly. Well, we've got to go ahead and do a bit more that way. Well, they had a whole spin-off of the Buzz Lightyear Star Command animated series. So is this more along those lines, or? Well, hey, it makes sense. Interesting. We're making him a test pilot, but part of Star Command and all. Yeah, cool. So he's a test pilot, but he's going to be Buzz Lightyear Star Command, which means he has to get off and be found by, say, a big, powerful military collection, et cetera, right? So is this more along the ideas of a Green Lantern kind of idea, or is it more along the lines of, say, a Farscape thing? At least the Pixar people decide to have a little fun with their piece, right? Marvel time, finally. Finally, Marvel time. Oh man, it's going to be the huge thing. The huge thing that we hoped actually would exist when we were originally, going ahead and doing the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. series in the first place, where it's supposed to be a real two-way street and never was. But now it's all under the same studio. So, yeah, finally. Although it wasn't intended to be the launching point. But now it is. Some new footage here. Nice. Ah, man, this is going to be fun. Going to be a ton of fun. I'm so curious where we're going with it, too. And also how it connects into Doctor Strange and whatnot, because there's been a lot of talk that it connects into the upcoming Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. So that'll be interesting, too. Oh, we said that what's her face was in there. There she was. I can't think of her name from Thor. The younger assistant. Anyway, I remember hearing that she was actually cast into there too, and we did see a tiny little piece with her in it. Speaking of connections between that show and this movie, M. Interesting. Gonna be curious to see that one. That should be interesting. Well, there's the confirmation. So there's the confirmation of Multiverse of Madness being connected to WandaVision. And interesting, the other piece that we said too. Yeah, they changed the actual logo a little. The and the sitting down there like that. Huh. And also, I think that shield looks a little different too. There should be some more footage available for this too that they can show if they want to. I don't know if they really want to yet, with WandaVision being what they're heavily pushing for. We are going to see it. Nice. Okay, I wasn't sure if we'd get to. Nice. Oh, I'm excited to see this. March, we have a time frame too. Nice, March. Oh, look at all this. That football stadium thing just makes me think Dark Knight Rises in there almost a little. Bring a villain in, it'll really do it. Oh, yeah. Looks like some nice budget on this, too. Look at this. You know, I could be forgiven for not realizing at points that this is a show and not a movie. That other way around, I think. Point being, but dang. Nice. Oh, yeah. The budget being put into these. Wow. And also the caliber of the actors you're talking. You're talking big movie actors in shows, which has been happening more and more. But wow. Well, we've certainly seen trailers here. Quite. Still having to wait a little while. I mean, quite patient. I mean, it's only been, what, better part of a decade? Wow. So Loki is coming up May now. We're starting to get the time frame drops on all of the shows. So we're talking January, March, May. Wow. Dang. Oh, are we going to see it? Nice. Hey, we're getting done right by Marvel here. We're actually getting to see things. Yeah, yeah. Gotta get through our endgame piece, to establish why he gets his own series. Tom Hiddleston back. And since we're probably in an alternate timeline, we can do all kinds of craziness. Welcome to Tatooine. Yes, this is how we combine Star Wars and Marvel. Deadpool could probably get away with it too if we wanted to. Look at Luke Wilson just looking so different with his look and makeup going. Wow. Oh, and Wilson. Anyway. Wow. Really setting up a mystery feel to all of this, which fits for a crime thriller. Well, there are probably people who are going to break this down and find the references to different comic pieces in here. Not one that I'm going to help a whole lot out with, though. I'd have to look up whatever anybody else is talking about first. Ooh, wow, that's cool. Wow, the visuals in here. Wow. Back to that comment on budget. Yo. Heimdall. Nice. Oh, that's cool. You knew it was coming when he jumped out, but dang. So we actually are going to have Heimdall back in too. Nice. But for Loki. Oh, that looks fun and mysterious as hell and amazing. Yeah. Okay, so if that was May, summer, we're going to wait till July maybe on this? He didn't say a specific date, but I'm guessing July, maybe August. Another 2 months later. The entire next year is just going to be Marvel series to Marvel series to Marvel series with, like, very little time off, isn't it? Wow. So excited about all the things we're going to do with this What If series. Each of the movies are going to get a different, crazy, alternate timeline what if. Although sometimes maybe a little more just alternate timeline with how weird we're going to go with some of them. So cool. We're going to probably get a whole bunch of different animation styles, I'm going to imagine, too, for the different ones. We haven't really seen any artwork, so we don't know. Nice. Wow. Getting to see some of these different pieces. Get a little more idea for what's going on. Like, I love the Black Panther / Guardians connection in there. It's like, oh, that's intriguing. With how much we're doing the Captain America, one there, going ahead and using Agent Carter, that's got to be one of the first ones we're going to see. We're just doing too much and highlighting it too much. Oh, there's a zombie Captain America one. What if? And yes, this Doctor Strange one's obviously coming up quick, too. Because we just showed those few just so much that they've got to be on the early side, right? Oh, is that how you pronounce that? Shang-Chi. I'm horrible at pronouncing things. I've been saying Shang-Chi for ages, so Shang-Chi. Hey, it's a cast right there. Man, there's so many movies and shows for Marvel coming up next year. Is it? It is going to be next year. I mean, they're already filming, so it doesn't surprise me, but dang. Because unlike the movies where we've had specific dates coming and they keep bumping, the shows we've never been given specific dates. We tend to get given seasons and we have to wait a while to find out exactly when. Like even here, we haven't said when exactly. Nice. By the way, again, look at this. Even concept art again, we're getting to see it. Unlike all the Lucasfilm Star Wars stuff we didn't get to see. But Marvel, we're actually getting to see everything. Yeah, there's actually some footage, or test footage at least. That we're actually getting some footage in here too. It's like they even tiny pieces. They had to put this together fast since they've only just been shooting. I mean, we only got our first actual set pictures that came out of Miss Marvel, what, just 3 weeks ago, maybe? 4 weeks? Well, it wasn't even that long ago. So, wow. They help you out. Yeah, very cool. Also, cool. Okay, so yeah, so, but speaking of interconnectedness, right? Yep, yep. Get some more water while we're talking about Eternals for a second. Which is probably why we got the confirmation just recently on Hailey Steinfeld. Hailey? I can't pronounce things today. Ooh, the footage there too. Nice. Interesting, interesting. By the way, cool. Can we confirm that it is Tatiana Maslany now? Rather than doing the whole weird leaking saying it is and then having to have the denial? There we go. We can finally stop the whole, yes, we've all said it is. Oh, wait, no, 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 it's not. How interesting. Same actor, too, because Tim Roth did play Abomination back there. We're actually going to make a real bigger reference back to the Incredible Hulk movie that we like to go ahead and forget ever existed. Impressive. Credit. Oscar Isaac right there. You notice we're getting no time frame on exactly when these ones are coming. By the way, it was cool, the little symbol on Moon Knight. You know, get the little Egyptian thing slightly going on with that. Secret Invasion. Yeah, interesting. Interesting as a series, though. Well, that was new, by the way. Yo. By the way, cool. Just saying. Nice, nice. No kidding. I mean, Secret Invasion of all things. I mean, that was one of the debates on people's for the big, big overarching thing moving up to the end of Phase 5 or 6. Nice. We got new show announcements here, too, while we're at it. Nice. Oh, God. Sure. We'll do a holiday special. I mean, it's obviously a Star Wars holiday special reference. Sure. And come out next year, or? So next year. Oh, it won't come out until 2023, so I guess we'll get a 2022 then on the holiday special. That makes sense. That's an easy one to go do that kind of show with. God, there's just so much to talk about when it's coming to Marvel because there is so much going on. Yep, we've definitely been getting that news coming out. So all the confirmations of all those pieces that have come out. Blade. Right, no kidding. Trying to process all of this. It's just such an overload. It's one show and a movie after another, after another, after another. Oh. Well, we have 5 shows and 4 movies coming out next year. Let alone everything else in the years afterwards. Interesting. We have a name, too. Quantumania. We've got our new people popping in. And before you talk about Black Panther 2, you also kind of have to touch this, don't you? Dang. Did indeed. God, what a loss. Can we confirm that Shuri is actually going to be the main character and become the next Black Panther? I doubt we'll confirm something like that, though. Yeah. Cool. I didn't even catch the director piece coming on that, but that's nice. So it's a good director to sit to it. The writers are heavily important, but again, it's Kevin Feige's Marvel. If anyone can get Fantastic Four right, Kevin Feige's MCU can do it. Just taking it back. And again, as I was saying, Marvel did us right. We didn't get cut out of any of the actual concept art or anything else. Everything they showed them, we got to see. But thank you for that. Nor did we want to show you everything. Kind of your closing note here. Then the only other piece after this will be their big financial piece later. It's probably going to be the least interesting portion of this whole thing. God, Marvel's just going to own next year. Just a few. 100 per year, huh? Bob Iger, king of timing, by the way, right? I mean, he gets all these mergers left and right that he's done, opened up Shanghai Disneyland as well. Obviously, with other people being involved in all of these pieces too, of course. But then, on top of all of that, he finally chooses to retire. And apparently, it had nothing to do with the pandemic timing or anything of that starting off over in China. And so he then retires, quote unquote. But hey, he's going to stick around, for the rest of the year, and he's going to shift his focus over to the creative side on the Disney Plus side, which is exactly the biggest area of Disney right now. Is the giant booming of the creative side here on Disney Plus and whatnot. I mean, how do you have King of Timing enough to go ahead and do that? Dang, man. Anyway. So the only piece left after this is the financial piece, but man, I mean, just like you were saying earlier there, Obi-Wan, trying to process everything from this Marvel piece, so bombarded with so many things that it's great. I mean, at most, in any previous year, we had 3 MCU movies. That's it. 3. Next year, we've got 4 MCU movies and 5 series, I think, because we've got January, March, May, summer, and one more. Yeah, we've got 5 series and 4 movies. Even the movies are higher than we've ever had before in the MCU, let alone 5 series, which will put out far more content individually each than a movie. Heck, each one of them will probably put out at least as much content as 3 movies in a year. I mean, wow. Disney Plus will just pretty much become Marvel and, Star Wars Plus. We could just change the name of it. Because that is going to be completely driving Disney Plus. Although, in fairness, I'll also grant, if they're going to be doing anything like Warner Brothers, some of those other movies will help do it. Raya and the Last Dragon will probably do great with their premiere access. I'm sure it will. But, dang. Money portion. Can't say this will probably be the most interesting, right? But something interesting might come out of this. It is possible. Order their CFO. Yeah. And who else? I mean, interesting things could come out here after they've had a big restructuring. If they wanted to announce, like, say, we're going to do a big reinvestment of money, they could mention something here. But likely this will be relatively dull. Yeah, exactly. That'll be too exciting. We didn't even save the 88 million subscribers for this section, which you could have shoved here. So, I don't expect much in here. So not aimed at your general audience. It's also why I think they shoved it all the way here at the end, so that way everybody else could watch through the Marvel piece, then just tune out and get it the heck out of here. There was so much that came out of this today. Very impressive. Very clear focus on media and the parks rather than further subdivisions. Really shows what Disney cares about, but it makes sense too. What else do we get? Wow. So much interesting stuff to talk about in all this. So, anybody think there was anything super interesting in here? Most places. Not here in the US, though, for me. And for probably some of you watching. For some of you who are lucky, though, Star will be in there. Man, I loved the looks we got at the MCU stuff. Oh, because again, we really got to visually see things. And we even got name reveals and whatnot. Like Ant-Man and the Wasp is going to be Quantumania. First time I've heard that name come out, so that's pretty cool. Or the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. Oh god, that's going to be an irreverent. I'm sure it's going to be fun. So many things. It's interesting, by the way. They clearly put the right direction on this. They clearly ended up counting Mandalorian in amongst those 10 series, because if you count everything around me for the series, it has to be one. Just like the MCU, they did announce 10 series in there. So we did get to hear about all the upcoming series, which clearly means they might announce more things later. So I'm definitely guessing that what's going on with Boba Fett is that it's going to spin off of season 3. Or maybe even 4. As you said, Obi-Wan, I wish they went ahead and showed more about the Star Wars stuff. But yeah, keeping us guessing isn't bad, I suppose. But but it's like, dang, we got to see more on the Marvel stuff. Even the stuff that's only just been shooting, like Miss Marvel, has only just been shooting. I mean, they had to work quick to get some of that up to a quality to be able to show us. So they just worked a few clips quickly in there for us. So yeah. And even then concept art pieces we got to see. Anyway. Well, India is kind of huge. Plus, it's not just India either. They're expanding that out beyond there, too. Sorry, jumping to the Disney Plus Hotstar that they're talking about in the background. I'm kind of half listening to right now. See, it also gives us a chance to increase the pricing. Wait. How do you justify increasing the U.S. price when you add nothing? If you were adding Star here in the U.S., then shouldn't we also get Star? Come on now. Ugh. Except you're not including Star here in the U.S. Forgive me. Yeah, it's not like Disney's even going to show anything more on their Twitter after that. There's nothing more interesting to say. Although they've got this really interesting new coming to Disney Plus piece now that just kind of highlights a whole bunch of these different things. Mainly looking at Marvel and Star Wars, but also a few of the other things. It's one heck of a coming to Disney Plus sizzle reel right there. Unsurprisingly, if you're over on Twitter, let's see, trending Tiana, Ahsoka, Star Wars, yeah, all kinds of things trending. No surprises there. I mean, what would be the things that are trending most? Let's see, Disney. Sephiroth, actually, even with all this going on, over at the Game Awards being talked about. Star Wars. Hayden's up in there. It's like Hayden is actually trending up on Twitter at number 6. Nice. That's cool. That's cool. Tiana's trending. And that is cool. Loki's trending. Rogue Squadron is trending. Ahsoka is trending. Ahsoka's so far down for trending. There's Buzz Lightyear trending. Fantastic Four. Lando. Yeah, unsurprisingly, a bunch of the good ones out there. I mean, we're really not getting anything surprising here out of this financial section. I don't think anyone's super surprised here. They're going to reinvest the money. When were they originally? I don't think originally they weren't expecting profitability for at least 5 years at a dead minimum. So if they're talking profitability in 2024, that is profitable earlier for Disney Plus than they were expecting before. And maybe they're even investing more than they were going to originally just because of how fast things pushed that way. Hard to say. So I can say that anyway. John Watts will be directing Fantastic Four, though. That's good news. Good news right there. Really wish I'd, got a little more in Rangers, but I'm guessing that it's got to wait for a little more Mandalorian to pop up before we want to touch on it. I said that's my guess. $50 and $60 million for Hulu in the next few years, huh? Yeah, so that clearly argues they're not planning on blending Hulu with Disney Plus anytime soon. At least not here in the U.S. So, Acolyte's obviously going to be nobody we even know since it's High Republic era, although it's at the late High Republic era. So it's possible that Acolyte will touch on somebody that we're going to get introduced to here in these upcoming books. Just because, we talked... Although, with it being dark side oriented, we can't have anything Sith be public at that point in time because the Sith were secret still at this point in time. But still certainly could be related to some of the people we might know and might get to know in the earlier High Republic books, which we've got one coming out here in January, one coming out a few months later in June, I think. So, yeah. I mean, that should be interesting in its own right there. All kinds of interesting stuff. I love the time frames on these shows if you look at it. Like, let's see, we've got Lando and Andor are probably going to be more similar time frame, but Lando might be a little earlier even. I'm not sure exactly the time frame for Lando. And then Rogue Squadron is going to be, well, I assume maybe just post Return of the Jedi, but I don't know. Acolyte is High Republic time frame. Rangers up here is clearly going to be post season 2 of Mandalorian, I'm assuming. The Obi-Wan series is back, we said 10 years post Revenge of the Sith, if my memory serves correctly on our time frame. Bad Batch is directly post... There we go. Is directly post Revenge of the Sith. The droid one, I don't remember our time frame. Of course, I paid the least attention to that one. Visions is who knows anywhere and everywhere. So, and then Ahsoka is, I mean, consider what Dave Filoni talked about non-linear. The Ahsoka series could jump around in places. I could see that happening. Wonder what the heck is Netflix's outlooks? Disney projecting hundreds of millions. That might be enough to go ahead and outdo Netflix by that point. Don't know. Jumping. But yeah, no, I love the time frames we've got. Although, hey, it would be great to even go older with something. And I still like the idea of a what-if kind of series where we get to bring in some legend stories but make them in an alternate universe. But then again, you never know. Visions might not be canon time. I'm wondering about that. So we'll see what we see on that. Yeah, we're done with our CFO, so just gonna go back to Bob Chapek and wrap the whole thing up. I can't imagine there's anything highly interesting to go get into with this. We get a little inspirational music back behind Bob Chapek. It's so over the top with the music back behind for me. You know, I don't know. It seems like it's too small to be the stage there. No, it's like I've just got to see more to actually know if it's the volume. But when we were pulling back, it didn't seem big enough. I don't know. We're watching Piper? That's random. I mean, it's a fun little Pixar short. I mean, no ifs, ands, or buts there. I love this one. It's cute. But this is so random. I suppose it's better than just giving us a 5-minute timeout, right? Imagine everybody's probably already seen Piper up here, but hey, if you haven't, Pixar short. What movie did this one come before? Because this is a few years ago, isn't it? Yeah, I think this is a good few years ago. I don't remember what this came before, though. We got the whole thing on the waves with the Piper. So, it's fun. But yeah, I don't remember what it came before. Let me check. I'm just curious. Piper short. Let's see. 2016. It was along with Finding Dory, so that's which one it was. Well, Pixar can certainly excel at cuteness, right? Ooh, bubbles. You can't. I mean, again, Pixar's been good with shorts for a while right here. This is no exception to them. uh, well, the giant waves that don't do anything, really. Of course, gives you that experience sometimes of being out there and actually seeing the waves, and just how you can't fully tell how far they're going to come in each time, right? Not necessarily the best strategy. But it works. So let's see. Time frame of shows we have coming up. Let's see. Rebels was 5 BBY. Then the new Obi-Wan series will be 9 BBY because it's 10 years post Revenge of the Sith, right? Then we've got a new Bad Batch that's directly following it up. And then Lando somewhere in there. And then I've got to assume the Cassian Andor series is can't be too many years before the Battle of Yavin just because it's pre-Rogue One, but we want to give it enough time to have multiple seasons, I imagine, so that's assuming we go year by year, so hard to say exactly what time frame that one's going to be. Now the Q&A here, this could give us some more stuff. It's definitely possible to get some more info out of this. These can definitely provide us more information. Of course, partly depends on what they're willing and able to say. It's interesting. Now, as I said, this is kind of an investor's call too, but they didn't really talk about the theme parks at all. They didn't even touch it. It's completely Disney Plus focused and also movie theater focused. So if they're asking it to be contained to the presentation, they're saying, don't ask us about the theme parks. We don't want to hear about it. Raging Waffles, what happened to all the streams? I'm not sure what you're asking specifically. They're finishing the stream up right now with a Q&A section. You can find the link to it over in the description if you're curious. So you can find it over there. But yeah, it's just the Q&A that's left. Point to that. 80%. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, the dominant box office force. I don't really feel like we're going to get anything super interesting here. It just hits kind of a generic question that you expect a kind of generic answer to. It's not like he's going to tell you right here, actually, we're going to go ahead and make sure that all the movies in 2021 are going to come out to Disney Plus at the same time. It's like, you're not going to hear that here. So, kind of generic answer to generic question. It is an interesting question on terms of why they put ESPN into it there. Because it is a different model than what they've done elsewhere. You know, I mean, it might be important in the US to bundle the general entertainment in there too. I mean, Bob Chapek's not exactly the most lightning rod of a person to go ahead and listen to. But what can I say? Hey, we still got actually a few people watching. You stuck with this 4 hours in. It's been a long stream getting our way all the way through this. And even through the financial section that was hoping for a good question to pop up, right? And nothing super interesting coming out of this so far. So what do we think? Worth continuing to watch? Because we're actually past the 4 hours and they're still going, so I don't know how long they're going to go at this point. Just looking at these things back behind me, right? Yo. Okay, so if you could only get one side behind me, which side would you go with? Just cut the line right. Cut the line right there. Would you take everything to this side of me, or would you take everything to this side? So this side you get Acolyte, Obi-Wan, Andor, Willow, Bad Batch, Indiana Jones 5. This side, turn around, sorry. This side you get Rangers of the New Republic, Ahsoka, Rogue Squadron movie, Lando, Mando, Visions, Droid, and that other series that their Lucasfilm is working on. Which one do you take? Tricky one. At least I think that looks tricky. Do you go ahead and go left, my right, or do you go ahead and go right? Gotta pick one. What? Yeah, I said that's my trick too. Is I think off the bat, Ahsoka and then Mandalorian are both over here, and that's heavily tempting. Of course, I gotta get the dang droid series that I could care less about over here. And then I got a series I don't know about. But then again, I got Willow on this side. But the Obi-Wan series and Bad Batch are both up over here, and oh. Hi, gay girl. Well, hello there. Welcome. We're near the end of the stream at this point. We're just into the Q&A portion of the Investor Day thing, and I don't imagine there's a whole lot more that's interesting coming out of this, but who knows? Yeah, they did say it'll be rewatchable later, so I'll get whatever I said. It might be the same link they'll use, or maybe they'll shove it on YouTube. I don't know where they'll put it. But I'll make sure I have that link once it is rewatchable. But yeah, Gear Girl, I said these are all of the Lucasfilm announced things coming up. All of our 10 new Star Wars series, or continuing in the case of Mandalorian Season 3. So, very cool. Very cool. Yes, all of these were announced. So, I mean, some of the things we already knew coming up. So, of course, Obi-Wan series that we knew was coming. The Cassian Andor series, we now have, it's only just going to be called Andor, so that's the full name of it. Bad Batch up over there that we know about, which, oh man, we actually had actual legit footage from it shown. That was nice. The Acolyte series is going to be the one, that's, oh man, what's her name? Anyway, that's our Leslie Headland, sorry. Leslie Headland's the one heading that one up, and that's going to be set late in the High Republic era. So, also looking at Dark Side to some degree, so that sounds intriguing. And then we did get confirmation on the Ahsoka series, so that will be coming up. So Ahsoka, Thrawn, etc. Nice. And the only other spinoff we got confirmed right now for Mandalorian, they only talked about two, which was Ahsoka and Rangers of the New Republic. And my comment on Rangers of the New Republic is I'm assuming some of that spinoff is really coming off of probably this next episode that we're about to see in a few hours. Being that we know New Republic's coming in, so I'm guessing we might see a few more people there. And the other half of my personal guess is that Boba Fett is not going to spin off till after season 3, and maybe they are shooting it right now like all the heavy rumor is. But that it'll actually come out right after season 3, and they wouldn't announce it now because of that. I don't know. I mean, I would love to see a Boba Fett and Fennec spin-off show. I think that would be great. But anyway. Oh, speaking of, we actually did see Fennec pop up over into some of that Bad Batch footage right there, by the way. So, also cool. And let's see, then over here on this side, Rogue Squadron is going to be the Star Wars movie of 2023. So in those upcoming 3 Star Wars movies, that's the first one. Taika's is clearly going to be one of the other 2. We didn't get any information about what Taika's series was, nor did we get any information on this other than really the title of Rogue Squadron, which, I mean, that's cool. It gives me all kinds of thoughts of X-Wing right there. So definitely big hopes. We got confirmation of a Lando show. I got to talk about some of the people behind it, but nothing about what's going on it, or not really even a time frame per se, I don't think. And I was also wondering if maybe that's going to work some of the Solo stuff into there and some of that Crimson Dawn stuff. I don't know. Visions is going to be 10 upcoming pieces from, as I said, it's all going to be manga from some big Japanese manga. Sorry, did I say manga? Anime, obviously. It's going to be visual, media. So, wrong type of visual media, though. But anyway, so going to be 10 different anime short films. Don't know much more about where in Star Wars these might be set. I have half a hope that maybe they'll at least be able to hit Legends to some degree, because that would be pretty cool. Mandalorian Season 3. A droid series would be the 10th one, which didn't get a lot on it. Something about the C-3PO and R2. Sounds like it's probably our kid-oriented show coming up. All right, well, catch you later there, Obi-Wan. I said, go ahead and get some good sleep in there, and I'll catch you over there on the Mando stream tomorrow, so noon Pacific. So that'll be fun. Our last bit of build-up before the finale. Oh, and for Geek Girl, the other things that are up on this, Willow, since these are Lucasfilm as well, there's a Willow series coming up. There's an Indiana Jones 5 being made. That's over there. And then this is some completely different series up over here, not Star Wars related. And we didn't get to see as much footage as would have been nice. Like, a lot of them we got cut off, and the investors got to be shown stuff, and we didn't get to see much of anything. The big exception is Bad Batch up there, and Bad Batch we did get to see stuff. We didn't get to see anything Obi-Wan, although we did get the confirmation for sure, by the way, that Hayden Christensen will be in there playing Darth Vader. I mean, we did get that confirmation, so that was cool. The Marvel section actually was the really, really impressive section where we got to see every bit of footage they showed everybody else. They didn't cut us out of anything. I think it's the only section between Pixar, Disney Animated, the TV shows and movies and everything else coming up. It's the only section that we didn't get cut out. And dang, I mean, we've got 5 series coming up next year, 4 movies. Good time to be an MCU fan. But no, the MCU is pretty much going to dominate next year on Disney+. They gave us some of the release date, or months rather, I guess I should say. WandaVision will be mid-January. Then we'll go ahead and do Falcon and the Winter Soldier in March. Then come 2 months more later, we'll do Loki in May. Then in the summer, so I'm guessing July or August probably, 2 to 3 months after that, that's when we'll have the next one. I think that's when we're doing... Are we doing What If there, or are we doing Miss Marvel at that point? One or the other. And then the other for, somewhere later 2021. So, dang. Gonna be impressive. Let's see, what else did we hear? Oh, big one. Raya and the Last Dragon will be in theaters and also up on Disney Plus as a premiere access. So just like Milan was. So confirmation that Milan clearly did well. And that's the only thing that we heard about getting that dual release. More will probably come later, but clearly Disney's keeping their cards close to their chest and keeping their options open right now. But it's always possible they might do the same thing with things like Black Widow and whatnot coming up later. Obviously, in terms of Star Wars with series, there's nothing to worry about. But on the movies, oh, and some cool logos on all of these. Look at these. Very nice. Really can't say that the stream right now with this Q&A is adding much of anything. Sometimes things do come out in Q&A, but today doesn't seem to really be doing anything for us here. And I'm not sure. I mean, maybe we're going to 6 at this point. Not sure on exactly how long we're going to keep going here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Also, Disney Plus is going to be rising in price all around. So Disney Plus is going to be going up $1 a month inside the US. In Europe, it's going to go up €2 a month. But at least if you're in Europe, you also are going to get Star added. So that means you'll have all of the more mature content that didn't fit in Disney Plus before. Or in Canada, for that matter. And then you'll go ahead and get all of those extra pieces. So, heck, whether it be Die Hard or Deadpool, all of that will be up there in the Star section. Not in the US, though. So, yeah. As I said, when it comes to it, dang, I give benefit of the doubt to anything MCU at this point in time. It's like, as I said, anything MCU, just with how good it's been, even if I don't know anything about it. But yeah, I hear you nonetheless. The Willow series, yeah, is interesting. I wasn't a fan of the movie, so I have no expectations there. I mean, I don't know if I'll give it a shot in watching it or not. I haven't decided. And Indy 5, I mean, I have plenty of worries about that one after Indy 4. And I'd love to see a good Indy 5 movie. But I'm not going to hold my breath for it. That's for sure. Let's see. But yeah, those are the big things. We did get a confirmation of the Beauty and the Beast spin-off series, so it will happen for sure. Earlier time had just been talk about it, but we will for sure get that one coming up. And, there were a bunch of Disney animated shows coming up. Long-form series, as they were calling them. We're having one on Tiana. That's coming up. There will be a Moana series coming up. So we got a few of those coming up, and it really sounds from the way they're talking that they're probably not doing a lot more of those. So again, back to finding ways to keep mining more deeply into all of that right there. So probably going to see a bunch more. And confirmation of what had pretty much come out in an area that I'm not really a big rumor. But the Lion King live-action prequel will be happening. Now, from what the rumor has all been about is that it's going to be focused on Mufasa, but nothing here was officially stated. Yeah, as an animation fan, yeah, I'm glad to. Glad to see some of that. Some of the other interesting Marvel stuff. We are going to have a Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special coming up. End of 2022, actually. So that's probably going to be a riot. So that'll be fun on a different note. But yeah, no, lots of interesting animated stuff. Really, when it comes to what's going on in there, it should be interesting to see what happens. As Bob Chapek saying right here, talking about how, guess what, Raya will be a data point right there to see how the premiere access is going, both in COVID and in a post-COVID world. Yeah, just like Milan was. Just like Soul will be too, since Soul won't be up there for any extra cost. I mean, you can clearly see Disney's experimenting around with making these cost something and not cost anything. And I hope Soul does gangbusters. Because if Soul goes huge, that might push a little against this premiere access thing. And frankly, I'd rather they don't go that route. So, there's hoping. Although, frankly, I kind of wish we had gotten an announcement like Warner Brothers where they were going to... And by the way, Stream just finished. So that's it. But I wish we'd gotten an announcement like Warner Brothers where they were going to put things out to both movie theaters and Disney Plus at the same time, but without the extra piece. Unlike what they're doing with Raya, what they did with Milan back at the time. So we'll see what we see. Any other Star Wars animation other than Bad Batch? Well, I think the Droid series is going to be animation. I don't think... and the Visions one is going to go and be anime. So, other than that, no. I think everything else is live action from what we know. Well, there's the High Republic. Acolyte is going to be a High Republic series, but I don't think it's animated. Could be. But I said, I guess it could be. I mean, we didn't actually see any footage from it or anything, so it could be animated in the late portion there. Or it could be live action. But yeah, that's the only High Republic series that we have that we've heard of yet, and I'm sure it won't be the last one. Again, with all the push at High Republic that they've been doing, I've got to imagine there are going to be more series and probably movies that will come out in that time frame, which the books and, heck, the comics are going to start exploring here, well, really soon, next year. January, actually, will be the one High Republic book, so we're going to start jumping in there pretty heavily soon. But yeah, I didn't hear anything about Acolyte being animated, though. So that would be what I've heard so far at this point. I see. Looking around, looks like a rumor sitting around that popped up from CBR and Screen Rant and whatnot. I'm not sure where it originated, but looks like Cinelinx was originally announced as strictly a publishing initiative, has been developed into a multimedia. Yeah, unsurprisingly. But yeah, as I said, if so, it's probably something that's too early in development to go pop out yet that way. Because, yeah, this does not sound like something that they've gone ahead and put into any works yet. But as I said, I'm sure we'll get plenty more announcements here in the future, too. So, sure it won't be the last bit of that. And I'm sure they'll be really interested to see exactly how the Acolyte series ends up doing, because that'll probably determine some bit of the interest in High Republic. Also, how much interest the books are getting and the comics are getting when they come out. That'll probably make a big difference in how much it'll push for more series or movies even for that time frame. So that'd be a bit of my guess too. Probably part of why we're doing Rogue Squadron as the next upcoming movie. It gives them time to pivot depending on what they see with High Republic and all of these different series and what people really go for. Just a guess. I mean, they know Rogue Squadron will do well. The time frame isn't exactly a big risk they're taking right there. What else? Oh, we're also getting a series on, speaking of animation, jumping away from Star Wars, there's a Zootopia series too. So yeah, a bunch of series coming up that way. So yeah, no, there was a ton of stuff that came out of this today. I mean, there was the reports about this being more along the levels and lines of, say, a D23, or in terms of a Comic-Con for the amount of announcements, and they really did have a lot. Dang, did they. I mean, so many of these that we did not know about sitting in around here, so. And I gotta imagine the Bad Batch footage is floating around, so check that out if you get a chance, because, wow. I mean, that animation was right up there. I mean, we had the talk and the rumor that the animation was talking Season 7 Clone Wars quality, and yeah, it is. Or even maybe a little better, frankly. I said, now, compared to the very last arc, that's a trickier comparison, but certainly compared to the first two arcs, I'd probably put it up even a little better, maybe. Yeah. Very, very impressive. Okay. So, yeah, the stream is completely done. Over here on their thing, they're busy saying the event replay will be available shortly, so that'll probably be back up there on that same link in a little bit. Right now they've got slides of some sort that are available over there. I'm not sure if if they put it up on their main Disney up over here on YouTube. I'm not betting on it because, I mean, they wanted to push everything over to their main website on WaltDisneyCompany.com, but you never know. Hard to say for sure. Unless one were to look. They did put out a big sizzle reel of all the stuff coming up. That you can go ahead and find floating around over on Disney's YouTube channel, as well as over on Disney Plus. I think. Well, you can find it on Disney Plus's YouTube channel anyway. Yeah. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, Disney Plus's YouTube channel has that really crazy sizzle reel that has all the Marvel, the Star Wars stuff coming up, as well as some of the other things popping up. So yeah, you can check that out there. This stream should be available somewhere later here in the day. Okay. Well, I've got a few of you that stuck all the way through this with me. And as I said, if you're watching this afterward, you're not going to be seeing this part of me talking anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But people that are watching later can sync up the beginning of this probably with it. I should have put a timer in here or something. Not that there was a timer on the video. Well, I started it roughly at the beginning. You can probably hopefully sync it up enough. I'm talking to people that have already watched the whole thing. That's going to be useful. Or actually, I guess, Git Girl, you haven't watched it yet, so yeah. Okay. So yeah, hopefully you can sync it up roughly, because I started right around 1:30, and they had like a little 2-minute countdown kind of thing, so hopefully that can roughly get timed up. Well, anyway, that is it for the stream from them. There's only a few of us left that stuck all the way through this, and I mean, it's late at night if you're over in Europe right now. I mean, dang. You've definitely waited up a little bit to see all the way through this. Okay, and Mandalorian tomorrow, live stream at noon Pacific. Try to make sure it actually works for my Europeans as well there. And anybody who still is around that wants to say anything, shove it up over into the chat right now. The chat that I show up over here. Put it into the chat. I'll go and respond. Otherwise, we'll probably go ahead and call it an end to this stream, which is the longest live stream I have done on the channel to date. I mean, when you're following a 4.5 hour stream almost that Disney did. Yeah. Okay, anybody got anything? Okay, I'm not seeing anything here, so I am probably going to go ahead and call it at that. Okay. Stretch out. Good night, everybody. And as usual, Have a magical day, and may the Force be with you always.